This video is going to show you a revised solo Grandmaster Nightfall for Lake of Shadows as the GM schedule changed, and I figured that it would be a good time to revisit Lake of Shadows and do an optimized run with the use of no cheeses or exploits, major ones, because there's major
completely delusional.
Men are the easiest thing in the entire world. I have never wanted a man and not gotten him. Do you have any idea how many men have wanted me and not gotten me? There has never been a single man that I have wanted that I have not gotten, because men are cheap.
And that brings me to one single question. How many of those men are still with you? How many? I think they didn't want you. They wanted something else. I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, man. That's crazy. Emotional damage? I guess so. I don't know why women get like a big ego about that kind of stuff, especially like, I mean, if you're married, you got a boyfriend or something like that, that's fine. But a lot of these guys, yeah, it's a, you know, you talk about pump and dump with crypto, well, this is pretty much the same thing.
I got a new car. You like it?
We're not taking that to the meet.
Why?
This business requires.
Guys, I play half sword after I love my food. Guys, I need to solve some food.
Purposes.
I'm hungry.
Original text
Can I not eat like 2 bites of my food? Guys, bites of my food.
I speak for everyone when I say we want Run Spaceman.
What's up? What's up? So that's like suicidal. I don't get it. Why people do that? That's cute. Dangerous though, no?
I didn't even notice that right away. Jesus Christ.
That's cute.
Stupid.
Dangerous though, no?
I didn't even notice that right away. Jesus Christ.
Yo, it can be cute and dangerous and bad. The dog is still cute. Okay then. Disgusting. Ugly, Grinch looking piece of dog shit, Yeti dog rat. Yeah, that was a nice rat, I guess. Rat.
Why? What the f*** is your problem, you dumb mother... What the f***? Stupid son of a...
Jeez. Explain. I don't know what happened.
Why? Why?
Well, it's a lot harder for a truck of that size and weight to stop and go slower and then re-engage. It's better for this guy to just fucking chill and then merge later. It's not that big of a... But then him challenging a fucking moving, like, mega fucking planet-sized truck is fucking brain dead. Like, I don't know why people challenge, like, trucks. one, it's not gonna do what you think they're gonna do, because it's slower in every way, and if it does what
What are you doing?
it's probably gonna do, it's gonna run you over and you're gonna die. Very excited. Newcastle.
For years. Wow, would have been way more if my Prime sub didn't get stuck.
Why is he speeding away? Is he gonna pull over? Okay. He doesn't have to stop. I mean, if somebody's hurt, I mean, brother.
The fuck?
No way that just happened.
True, true. If you're gonna do dumb shit, at least accelerate a good amount. So you're not gonna let him merge, Dana. This is brain dead, but the guy already made the mistake of being that far up the lane that merges. Okay, yeah, it's shit, but I mean, dude, you can see this guy is already stupid way before, and you can brake and then honk, or just brake and. In America, you honk first and brake later.
Keep thinking of the M&Ms. Wait, how many have I had? 10 of them. Oh, can you please call 911 and
damn. Also, what the fuck is this listening to, chat?
Oh, yeah, eating pills, keep thinking of the M&Ms. Wait, how many have I had? 10 of them. Oh, can you please call 911 and start talking behind just a 10 of them and I rest.
I mean, yo. They fled the scene. Chat, what's the point of joining a taxi car? Isn't this insured by the people that own the company? How would he flee?
It doesn't look like it hit the building, fortunately. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, some people think like flashing red is like flashing yellow. So they didn't do stop as a fucking brain dead. That sucks. Oh well. I mean, I guess, but. Oh, he's gonna hydroplane. Watch this. Oh.
Hey Siri, message Frank.
Damn, they're gonna hell the road though.
What would you like to say to Frank?
Remind me to look at my footage at 9:13.
What?
To say to Frank.
Remind me to look at my footage at 9:13.
Gosh. Bro.
$35 sex QCL.
Well.
Big 3008.
Butthead. Now flee. Oh no. I hate seeing this. Ah!
Subbed to you, bub.
That is so scary. It's a fucking bomb. That was water, probably. Did not yield. I mean, I feel like people don't yield like most of the time. I mean, it happens. You see somebody do it, you see it, it's probably not gonna yield. I'm just gonna chill and then fuck it. I mean, you could complain like some hoes, but it's gonna happen. I always yield. I don't give a shit. Holy. Chat, what's a yank tank? Oh, it's green. Oh. Oh, gee. Is that not police there? Oh. That's a police, I mean, typical, not looking at the blind spots. Well. That's a police, Is that not police there? Oh. That's a police, I mean, typical, not looking at the blind spots. Well. What a bum ass.
I said ideally this neighborhood, like we love that viewpoint. I'm on the board, I said I know they would grant.
Are you f***ing dense? What are you doing? Wakey wakey, dumbass. The f*** was that? He just pulled out.
Wakey wakey.
Look at that car. It's marked historic.
Wow! Oh, that's going on the internet.
And chill. I'll be sharing even more personal stories with you guys. And I know a lot of people are gonna attack me. Why are you gonna go visit your mom? Wouldn't be okay with it. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I know my mother. And I'll be sharing even more personal stories with you guys. And I know a lot of people are gonna attack me. Why are you gonna... Your mom wouldn't be okay with it. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I know my mother. And I know my mom had a very forgiving heart. That is...
No. Hey, I was enjoying this. Hey, I was already over. I was enjoying that.
This video is made for it.
This is a question from Al.
I too will.
if you do get a Zealous Bane, try and kill a Zealous Bane last. Because if you kill the Zealous Bane and there's 5 adds, the Zealous Bane's going to make 4 mini Zealous Banes who chase you. If the other adds are dead, then the Zealous Bane's nowhere near as threatening. So that's a tip for you. Just take care of the Taken very easily. You can do that as you do. This video is going to show you a revive and justify acting War Rig just on the auto alone. I'll show you the gameplay on how good it is. It really, really is that good. Yep, because we're not skipping Tormentor, linear needs to go on. Needs to go on. Can't run machine gun. You know, some people would do that and make a mistake. Yeah, you go boom, boom. Look, I'm getting more potential out of my acting War Rig. No, you're not. No, you're not, because you forgot one thing. You need to melt Tormentor. So you would then switch back to your linear. The War Rig's that good pairing with this. It's worth it just for that alone. It really is. Right. Key points about the build. So we've got Void Resist, Arc Resist, Concussive Dampener. We've got a Void Loader on. Double Heavy Ammo Finder because I was struggling to get heavy ammo today. More about that in the run itself. Void Scav on, Utility Kickstart, Prox Ward, a Bomber. And yeah, that's literally the build for that. And then the actual thing itself. So we've got Fist of Havoc as our super choice. You don't need T-Crash in this. Don't bother using T-Crash. You don't need it. Rally Barricade, Seismic Strike, Flashbang Grenade, Storm's Keep, Knockout. Fragments was Spark of Shock for jolting. Spark of Resistance for resistance. Spark of Discharge for more bolt charges. Spark of Frequency for more bolt charges as well. Spark of Shock will allow your Flashbang Grenade to jolt as well as blind. It's a very good grenade nowadays. But yeah, that was the build that we used. So in this run, let's pay attention mainly to how often my auto rifle is reloading, the amount of sustained fire I'm able to do in this run at times. At the starting section, you want to stand on the bus. Commit to the bus strat. It's the absolute way to go. Just pop your barricade and then just melt. Obviously, artifact mods, Volatile Marksman needs to be enhanced. Make sure that it is so you get the increased class ability regeneration and particle reconstruction as well. Okay, so we're just going to clear out this final ad. Zealous Banes, by the way, that's the best way to deal with them. If you do get a Zealous Bane, try and kill a Zealous Bane last. Because if you kill the Zealous Bane and there's 5 adds, the Zealous Bane's going to make 4 mini Zealous Banes who chase you. If the other adds are dead, then the Zealous Bane's nowhere near as threatening. So that's a tip for you. Just take care of the Taken very easily. You can do that as you just saw. I'm going to start capping the pyramid, but I decided to push up. I'm just going to actually just start melting. Look at this. Look at the amount of damage that this auto rifle is doing in combination with bolt charges. It's absolutely melting. It really is. And you'll see as the run goes on. Obviously, we've got barrier rounds because of the Volatile Marksman, right? So this is our barrier weapon for this. And it's because it's an auto rifle, getting your barrier rounds to proc is very quick. Very rare will you mess that up. Very rare. Okay, just seeing if I can exploit the ship. I don't think you can. I said no exploits and we're not going to... I actually nearly died because of it. But yeah, we're going to super here. So the goal here is just to take care of the unstop and try and leave 1 or 2 adds alive. But in my case, all the adds are dead. Now, to stop the Taken from spawning, you need to keep 1 add alive. It can be the unstop, it can be the dog, it can be a legionary. In my case, I've killed all the adds. So what I'm going to do is leave this unstoppable alive, but get him weak. He'll chase, but when we get to this location, I'm going to stand up on this house location, and I'm just going to get a good barricade down and then just melt with the auto. The unstop that's weak, we can't kill. Alright, so I got him too weak. If I did kill him, there would be Taken enemies spawn. It wouldn't be the end of the world, though. I would just pop super. I'm going to pop super anyways, look. But what my goal right now is to keep stunning both unstops and then detonate the ship. This will skip all Taken enemy spawns here. It's actually more difficult to do. It's actually easier to actually just kill unstops. So if you want to just kill him, and then just kill the Taken enemies at the location at the house that I just showed you. Unstops, not sure whether they were to my left. Man, look at that. So just make sure you've done a bit of damage to them before you set the ship off, and you'll get kill credit and you get platinum rank. Okay, so that's that bit dealt with. And now we're coming on to the this mini section. There's not a lot to it. 2 snipers right and left though. You want to pitch yourself up in advantageous locations because you got the auto on. You haven't got a bow on. You're not using the Monarch. So you've got to really focus a little bit because auto rifles have a range drop off. They're penalised at 30 meters generally. Yeah, they start to perceive a bit of damage fall off, but the ball charge doesn't, of course. So pitching up at locations a little bit closer to the ads isn't a bad idea, and you still should survive. It's fine. This was not a good location though. I'm standing out of position here. This is not ideal, as the ads have separated out. I didn't have a super to use, which I would have used super there, but we didn't have it. But it's fine. This is where I should be standing, right here. This positioning is much better because ads can't flank. Okay, unstop pushes. We'll get a stun here with the linear. Miss my crit there. Just pay attention as well to the amount of orbs that we end up starting to make with this auto, with the attrition orbs as well. Just going to get this champ finishable. Because we've got Witherhoard on as well, I don't really need to keep much eye on my ammo because of how the weapon works. Similar to Velocity Baton and all the areas in RGLs, is that you can spam Witherhoard for probably 2-3 minutes straight and you will only then run out of ammo. So it takes a lot to run out of ammo with Witherhoard. That makes it good, but we have still got Dreadful Finisher on anyways, so we're going to have plenty of special in this. It's to complement the auto, but Witherhoard's on for a particular reason, and that's for the final boss fight. It's exceptional for the final boss fight, and it's good getting up there as well on the meatball boss. We're going to stand here, good barricade down, and just melt with the auto. You can actually, we'll work out on the run how many bullets you can fire, but I think it might be 100 bullets, more than 100 bullets per mag that you can fire with Actium Warrig. If you don't believe me, well, you're going to see it coming up where we do use a lot of ammo, and you'll see it. Okay, so this unstop, we get a stun here. Barricade, best positioning is probably here for now. And just get your stuns for the unstop. Auto rifle, although it does suffer from a little bit of range drop off, it's still hitting hard enough to justify it. Look at that. I'm valuing the damage in between the bolt charges. I know bolt charges are doing massive damage, but if you're actually looking at the damage in between those bolt charges, it's doing pretty good because of the volatile marksman and destabilizing rounds. That's basically why it's so good right now. And the amount of orbs we're making is crazy. We're making a ton of orbs, which you can use that to your advantage at times when you may need a super. Right now I don't need one because I've got it and I'm about to use it. But say you've just used one and you've got an unstop or something, you can manipulate that unstop and farm him for orbs. You can farm targets with attrition orbs. With guns like this you can farm it. And the amount of sustained fire you can get, you can do a lot of orb farming. It's an orb farming weapon. And it's really good at taking care of the ads. Okay, super here. This is where you want a super. Best to super on these taken enemies. That's exactly where you want to super. It saves you time. Because if you don't do that, you're going to have to mess around with the Knight's fire and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely strategize a super for that bit. Definitely. Okay, so this next bit, you're going to have a barrier and a couple of gladiators. Notice they're all melee enemies. Hey, I'm a genius. Just stand on the bus. Commit to the bus strat. Look, there's no enemies that can hurt us, only the barrier. Watch the barrier get melted. Auto only. Auto only. Look at that. Look at the damage. We only got a chance to do one Witherhoard shot. It melts barriers, this. It really melts them. It's crazy how good it is. I'm probably going to use this auto more with some other builds, I think. There's one build I have in mind that this auto rifle will complement perfectly, and I bet you can't guess what it is. I would estimate probably only 1% of you will know what I'm even talking about, and it's not in the meta. So let's see who can... Let's see who can work it out. What build this Void Auto would complement perfectly. I'll give you. I can't give you. If I give you a clue, then you'll know what it is. But yeah, there is, and I may have a look at it. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not telling anybody what it is. Trademark secrets. We'll have to keep it a secret under wraps until I get a video done of it, and then I can tell you what it is, because then you've saw the video by that point, haven't you? Yep, the gladiators are easy clean up. Just don't let them melee you too much. They will kill you, so be careful of that. Okay, boss spawns in. Boom. Commit to the bus strat. Commit to the bus with a horde auto rifle. Just keep using your auto. Keep reloading itself. You keep getting bolt charges. That's just crazy. You just get the amount of bolt charge that we're getting with this auto is actually rather fast. Because it's quite a fast fire weapon. 600 RPM auto. Which are personally my favourites. It's probably my favourite archetype of auto is 600 RPM. Keep doing damage till past a third. Adds will spawn in. Hang fire on that super till those adds round up. There we go, perfect. Wizards have rounded up. You know, if you pop super too early, the wizards might be hiding. Sometimes they do. So yeah, but obviously pop if you get weak. But yeah, we've killed both wizards. And we've killed up the rest of the adds. That's by just rounding up all the adds. Void resist will help this fight. That's why I've got one on. Okay, now another with a horde shot to the boss, and then just Void Auto. Half HP, and the boss will spawn in the taken orbs. Look at how much damage we've done to this boss. May I remind you, this boss is very tanky. A lot of people have said it over the years, how tanky this meatball boss is. Not for my build, it's not. With a horde in combination with this Void Auto, melts this guy to the ground quick. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you it's quick because if you don't use good weapons for the meatball, you'll be done by 20 minutes. By 20 minutes. I was done by 12 minutes. That's an 8-minute time saving. So if I use some random weapon that's rubbish, this run would take me up till 20 minutes to beat the Gambit boss. So that's just putting into perspective on how good the Wither Horde combination with the auto really is on that boss. Look at where we're fighting from now. We have to fight from here, by the way. You need to pull back. Pull back simply because the boss goes into enrage mode and does his extra void blights that knock you back. This is the time to do linear damage. Save all linear damage for final phase because that's when it matters the most. Don't use heavy when it doesn't matter. Like when we was doing the bus strat before, yes, it didn't matter about doing linear. It made no odds to the run at all. However, now it matters a bit more because my auto rifle's doing less damage. That's when, okay, let's whip out the heavy and then smash more heavy at the boss. Because this is the phase we want to speed up. This is the most annoying phase, although it's not that annoying. I'm just saying if there was the most annoying phase, this is it. But look, we've just melted him. We're 12 minutes in. This is actually rather good. And we just keep firing with the auto. Look, it just keeps reloading itself. So I'm going to end up trying to evaluate on the run how many bullets you can fire maximum in combination with Rewind Rounds Auto with Actium War Rig. How many can you fire? I reckon it's at least 120 bullets. And there is an exact moment when it will come up and some D2 physicists down below will be able to tell us the exact bullets I can fire back to back. It'll come up. I'll timestamp it. So that's the Gambit boss dealt with. 12 minutes in. So far, Wither Horde's performed decent, although we haven't used it that much. On the Gambit boss I have. But, you know, Wither Horde's role is to assist against champs and assist with high health target health pills. Orange bars, ultra bars, champs. That's what its role is, but the role of the weapon becomes S+ when you get to the final boss fight. Right now, Wither Horde's like not S+. It's let's say A weapon. But Destiny isn't a game that we play on paper like that. There are different situations where weapons will gain more strength and weaknesses depending on the encounter. That's what's so good about Destiny. Yeah, that's what's a good thing about it. So you need to spec for the entire thing. If you're doing no cheese, Witherhoard goes on, in my opinion. It just speeds up the final boss so much that it's so valuable because of the buff to phalanxes. Use a super here, may as well get rid of it. Use a super on that bit, but if you haven't, don't use it now. Because you want one for going out there, but I'm going to refarm it up. I've got double damage bonus. Anybody know what double damage bonus is? You should do. What's blister and dominance? I'm asking you the question, I already know it. I'm seeing if some people down below have been paying attention to my blister and dominance advices for the last 2-3 weeks. Have you? Let me know if you know what that buff is. And if you don't know what that buff is, why don't you know what the buff is? Where have you been? Have you been leveling the vendor up? Do you know which vendor it's on? I hope you do, and I'm not meaning to sound condescending or nothing like that. I'm just saying, look, when you're playing GMs, them damn taken sigil stones are far more powerful than what people realise. Okay, so you want to shoulder charge over the... well, you can use your shoulder charge. You want to be amplified and then use a super around about here, earlier if you need, and you just want to come to this middle room. There is a way to skip freshers. I'm not skipping the freshers. For the science of Actium War Rigs, I'm not, because I want to show you Actium War Rig. And I just don't want to skip the freshers. It's a high risk move, and I don't want to do the skip for freshers. It's just it's a 50-50 if you come out alive. I'm already giving you a no cheese run. What more do you want? You want the fresher skip as well? No, come on. We're not doing the fresher skip. Right, so fresher, let's see, 41 bullets. Right, let's call this out. 41 bullets. Right, another 41 bullets, that's 82-ish. Okay, 32. 112. Okay, another 30. That's 142. 162 with another 20. 185. Start to lose count. Oh, reloaded. 180 bullets, D2 physicists. Let's get a D2 physicist down below to look at this gameplay. Look at this. Look at the amount of mag I have on this auto. That no champ would ever survive 185 bullets. No. You would probably be able to kill like 4 champs back to back without reloading. Because I know that you can kill a champ in basically 40 bullets with bolt charge and destabilizing rounds. So you could probably kill 4 champs back to back, barrier champs, without even reloading. That's crazy. Although a fresher would tank at least 300 bullets. That's what it's taken, isn't it? It's probably taken more. Freshers are so tanky in the game. They really, really are. But you want to find a good angle so they cannot shoot you and you can shoot them. My damage number's higher, have you noticed? That's because of range drop-off that I talk about quite a lot. Because I have a better position now, I can stand closer to this fresher and get a higher damage number. This is the game that we play when you use auto rifles in PvE. Alright, on one hand it's weird because auto rifles are for casuals. Like, whenever somebody picks up D2, the first weapon they like is auto rifles. Look, we've all been there. I've got mates that have said, oh, I love auto rifles in D2. Yeah, you like auto rifles now, but when you get to endgame, hand cannons and scouts, and, well, not scouts, hand cannons, pulse rifles, and bows are better, right? But if you use an auto rifle in PvE solo-wise, you need to recognize you're losing damage. You need to stand in the correct positions to not lose damage fall-off. You can easily lose damage fall-off with auto rifles. So you need to be aware of that. Now, on a Titan, it'll sugarcoat it, because the bolt charges will sugarcoat your damage, so it won't matter so much. But if you're on any other class that does not have bolt charge build like this, you're going to feel your auto rifle gameplay suffer if you're standing more than 30 meters away from adds. Each auto rifle has its own intrinsic range drop-off, but you've got to recognize that if you are using auto rifles in GMs, by all means, but make sure you're using the right one and make sure your build complements it as well. Don't be one of those auto rifle users that's a blueberry. I don't want you to be like a blueberry mentality. I want you to, you know, if you're going to use your autos, right, justify it. And justify it to your teammates so that they're not calling you too much. Why are you using auto rifle? Why aren't you using Luminark? If they ask you why you're not, I mean, that's what I would do if I was in your team. I'd be like, why are you not using Le Monarque? And you'd need to answer to me why you are not using it. And if you can give me a good reason why you aren't, like the build that you're seeing, then I would say, all right, you know what, your build's pretty good because you got Witherhoard on. That's going to help boss damage at the final boss. That's how a conversation would go, for example. Look at this gameplay. We Witherhoard this unstop. Then we're just going to stun him with our super because it blinds, remember? And we're just going to clear the entire room. Look at what I've just did there. The entire room's cleared out. That's really good. Get a finisher kill as well for special ammo if I needed it. I didn't. And now I'm going to need to pull up these stairs. We're not doing any Tormentor skip. This is a no exploit run. This is a no exploit run. Now you can call me names if you want because I did skip some taken enemies. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite. So you could say, hey, you skipped the Tormentor. Sorry. Hey, you didn't skip the Tormentor, but you skipped taken enemies. Let's see who calls me a hypocrite with that. Because it's just something you can do. It speeds up the run. Skipping the taken enemies. It's just a manipulation of enemies. That's all it is. But I'm not doing the two major exploits. There are two. Tormentor skip and roof damage. We're not doing roof damage and we're not doing Tormentor skip. That changes the whole complexity of this GM just by not doing those two cheeses. So we're just clearing these rooms right now with the auto. All auto, a bit of Witherhoard, just clearing everything out. We get a Drainbane, worst one. Okay, when you get a Drainbane, and if you are in this room, focus the Drainbane. I actually get bad luck with the barrier. Look at where he's stunned. I can't work with him. That's fine, because I'm having second thoughts anyways. And I'll get rid of the Drainbane first, which is nearly done. But look at that, we're melting. We get rid of the Drainbane. Now I need to get this barrier off that pillar. He's hugging that pillar. What's he doing? But just look at this melt. From that range. That's probably optimal range. The range you're seeing now is the exact range that you want to fight from and no more than that, if you can help it. In GMs. But yeah, look, we just melt. We're not using linear, take note. No linear usage. You want to save all your linear for this section. No linear in that room. You don't even need to use it. You use it here though. Watch the melt. The best strategy for Tormentor is an all-out offensive warfare strat. Spawn them in. Get a corner. This corner's good. And you're just going to use your linear in the entire time to get both the shoulder pads took off. Then do a blind as the shoulder pads are destroyed. That will blind him with the flashbang, and then just keep doing the linear. Maybe do a Witherhoard. When the Tormentor starts to regain consciousness, super to blind him again with the super. Look at that, how easy it is. And people are telling me to do no cheese runs on Lake of Shadows. Are you kidding me? The Tormentor's easy anyways. But it's one thing for me to say it's easy. It's another thing for me to show you in the run. There's a strat for it. Particle reconstruction, linear, get a blind after second shoulder pad is broken, and then super to have consistency, and you don't need to kill the blights. I see people running around killing blights. No blights are needed for that room. You really do just commit to damage, especially on this build. On other builds it goes slightly differently, but then you use other things like shackle, you use slow turrets, you use all these other things. Yeah, I'm on about other classes now, aren't I? Or even blind and nades. A blind and nade, you can blind him. Okay, so now we're just getting rid of these snipers and the ads. We're going to get a blind first because there's a lot of ads. That will control this bit a little bit better, and then we just whip out the auto rifle and it's all auto. Do massive damage. I like to get a Witherhoard body shot, then I go for my auto. Look at this. Nice damage there. I guess my rally, I didn't get as many bolt charge on that Titan there, on that champ there for some reason. That's okay. So that's that bit done. Right. So you're after no boss cheese. This is no boss cheese. Step 1, wait for boss to come into play. Step 2, Witherhoard is back. Step 3, impose a tax law on this boss. That's why they call it daylight robbery. Okay? If you don't know what daylight robbery is, it's when people got taxed for how many windows they had in the house. This is the window strat. I'm taxing them. This is no cheese. It's not. It's an advantageous place. And in actual fact, it's actually better. This is actually better than the roof strat. The reason why it's better is because you can do damage quicker to them, actually. Depends on exactly what you're using, but for exactly what I'm doing, this is better. So look, we can keep Witherhoard and the boss, and then just keep applying bolt charges. We won't get many crits, but that's where Witherhoard comes in, and the auto as well, because of the rapid fire rounds it's got. I know it's only 600 RPM, but it's applying a lot of damage for us and a lot of bolt charges. So look, you just want to keep doing your rallies, but right there was a good time to super, because did you see that knight pushed? So I was like, yep, that's a super time. So use your super. You don't have to spam it in this room. You know, use it when you need to. You don't need to be using it back to back to back. You're not going to get massive gains out of it anyways. To be honest, your super is a knight killer. It's to kill the knights. That's what it's for. We got Bliss and Dominance. I can't use it. Damn it, I missed my Witherhoard. That's a shame. But that's alright. That's fine. But look at this window strat. Yeah, we're taxing him for the amount of windows he's got. He's got too many. You damn right he's got. Look, we're shooting him in his toes now. That's the biggest disrespect to him, innit? Shoot him in his toes. That'll see to him. His shield's massive. Right. If you can't crit his head, then crit his toes. Okay, so the taken thing on the floor, you don't really need to engage with it that much. This strat, you don't need to even clear the floor. You could ideally just stand here the entire time. Apart from when you super, you can stand here the entire time. Use linear though on knights. When a knight spawns up, could be a Drainbane, get them killed quickly with the linear. That's what the linear's job's for today, not for boss damage. You're barely going to get crits on this boss. So use your linear for knights, ranged knights. That's what I'm on about. But look, we can clear all the ads. It's very relaxing, easy strat. He can tether you the boss, but that's fine. You can still use your class ability when you're tethered. And sometimes he flat out forgets to tether, although he's tethering here. He's tethered but missed me. So yeah, look, Witherhoard, the damage it's doing for us is really good. Look, it's actually speeding it up, because if you don't know, I done a no cheese run with Luminarch, and it was terrible. It was really slow. That was on Void Hunter, may I add. But if I had run Witherhoard on that particular run that I'm on about, on Night Stalker, Witherhoard would have been much better for me with this setup. Okay, Knights spawned in at the back of the map. Get a barricade down again. Melt them with the linear, just in case if they're enraged. Sometimes they're not. They act weird in the window strat. It is a window strat. I know it sounds like I'm just messing around. That's what it's called, isn't it? It's funny. We've had the roof strat, window strat. What's next? What's the next strat to be found out in Lake of Shadows? Even despite it being out that long, is there any new locations? Any new strats? But yeah, this is working out really good, honestly. I must admit. This did really work out that good. Ads are not a problem, because if knights do get too hard work for you, pop super. Get rid of the knight with your super. That's why we run fists. Don't need T-crash in this. But yeah, we're going to finish him off by shooting his toes. That was a solo GM using a tax treaty window strat. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Greetings, Guardians. My name is Byfear.
Asterisk with the 50.
I've been watching like a hawk for signs of the new leader of the Taken. Their presence continues to build and is only becoming more prevalent as time progresses. We're starting to see all the more present signs of that presence. The Dire Taken and the Dread are still making pushes against the various forces of the Hive Gods. In the Sunless Cell, we also saw Zivua Wrath's ritual being disrupted, and the Dark Blade Obak Hul being corrupted by the unknown force and being turned into a Taken before our very eyes. These developments are significant all in themselves, but there's more to it, and in the lore that we just got in Act 3, From getting all the secrets associated with the Dreadnought, I think we might actually have both a name and an origin for this new entity that is controlling the Dire Taken.
All right.
So today, take a step with me back into the darker side of the lore. We'll be exploring the Songs of Descent once more, listening to what Eris and Sloan have to say about the Taken, and potentially identifying this greater menace. What's even more fascinating is that I think at least one of these—
How do I sleep at night? On my back, the pillow under my knees, to maintain spinal stability, and preferably 7.5 hours.
These lore entries is written from the perspective of this unknown master, this silent singing, this invisible beacon.
Need stability lying down. Maverick, must be nice. Must be nice not having back problems. Here's the thing. You know when you reach a certain threshold in your life, when you can injure yourself while sleeping. I shit you not. You fucking wake up and you feel like you just got ran over. It can happen. I know it seems like sleeping. How does it happen? That's sleeping, right? It can fucking happen. You got to have that right pillow. You got to put yourself in a locked position. You got to sleep with your arms out like you're being crucified. All right, seriously, sleep with your arms out. It's really important. Shoulders roll throughout the day. Put them bitches back. All right. Let me say this. It's become so serious in my household that I have moved out of my bedroom. I now sleep in the guest room right next to Liam's room because I can't have anybody impeding on this sleep, dude. I'm serious. I sleep in my own bed every night. And you know what? I love it. I'm never going back. Ain't no way. It's the truth, man. And listen, some of you right now, you're like, but I love my honey. I want to sleep with her every night. You need to just try sleeping by yourself. Try sleeping by yourself again. You don't know how much proper rest you're missing out on. Sleep. I'm telling you, it's the best way, man. It's the best way. This is not medical advice.
Aspires to refer to itself as the Lord of every nothing.
Not medical advice.
First things first, I'm going to really quickly show you all that moment from the Dark Blade strike in case you missed it for yourselves. This is important because it's just the latest example of the powerful incursions that this force has been making, and another example of a point at which it grabs yet another powerful servant from right under our noses.
Good. You've disrupted the ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here.
That's Sloan saying cut the chatter, okay. And then you fight the new thing. Abakul transform.
This moment is almost identical to what happened to the Hive Knight Zerkur of Zivor Wrath's brood back in the Barrow Dyad mission. They were weakened to the point of vulnerability, swallowed up inside a wound, and then they took up a new shape, becoming something more powerful. Luckily, we didn't need to banish Obakul back into the Ascendant Plane like we did with Zerkur in the Barrow Dyad mission. We were just able to kill them. Regardless, the sudden interception of Zivu's champion is disturbing. And then, one has to consider something that Sloan was saying earlier in the strike. She talked about how the Taken had started putting up walls after the Hive had gotten deeper into the asylum of the Dreadnought. Sloan identified that this wasn't the Taken throwing up defenses too late to stop the Hive getting in. She identified it as a strategy. I think this implies that the Taken were trying to hold the Hive, to trap them in. They weren't trying to stop them getting in at all. They just wanted to stop them from getting out. If that's the case, then perhaps abducting Zivu's forces was an objective of the Dread and the Taken all along. It's worth noting as well that that represents a degree of planning that the Taken would be incapable of.
Dude, okay, I just had a thought. Like, what if Zivu, there's a cutscene at some point later down the road, and Zivu literally comes face to face with this new entity. She tries fighting it, and then it just straight up just palms her fucking face and just takes her. And she's like trying to break free, and Zivu becomes taken. Would that not be cool? I mean, I would be so down for that. And look, and at that point, she's no longer just Xivu anymore, because right now she just seems like a pissed off sister who's mad that her brother died, and now she's mad that her brother is rejecting her. You know, because Oryx is just like, I don't even know you people anymore. You know what I mean? But if this entity, a way to really solidify how powerful this entity is if it just takes an actual hive god. That right there, that's on a whole nother level. Because it was already crazy that Oryx could take like an ogre. But to take a hive god, one of the 3 hive gods?
Without a leader, remember that they act as might.
Xivu wouldn't give up that easy? Oh, no. I want this to be brutal to watch. I want this to be... It needs to be something in line with this. Except this is Xivu, and that's whatever the new entity is. All right? It needs to be on this level. You need to walk away from it being scared for your life. That's what it needs to be. Oh, hell no. That right there will set the tone. What the hell is this that we're dealing with?
Mindless animals if they don't have someone leading their flock. And whilst it's pretty obvious that they've had a leader for a while, this is a pretty sophisticated strategy, because it also might deny Xivu Arath the tithing that she would use to become more powerful. That might imply some intimate idea of knowledge to do with the hive gods, or at very least a respect for the adversaries that whoever is commanding the Taken is facing. All that aside, this is not the only revelation that we see regarding the Taken and the Dread. In the last few weeks, we've been able to unlock more of the Songs of Descent, a new lore book that's come with Heresy. If you have the full gamut of secrets in the Dreadnought unlocked as I do, then you'll have discovered all 6 entries in this lore book. We're going to talk about some more of these, because after piecing them all together, I think we have access to the biggest hints as to what this thing is. I think we might even be able to chart its story.
Does it got
the
tentacles?
Short version is that this entity has started to become empowered by the songs and prayers of the Taken. Their dark hymns called out into the Sea of Screams for an answer. And eventually, they would find one. But the Taken weren't the only ones. Listless and without leadership in the aftermath of the Witness's defeat, the Dread would converge upon the Dreadnought, sensing the same power that had drawn the Taken. When last we explored the Songs of Descent, we talked about how the Taken called out into the nothingness, and how in turn a new voice arose from the Sea of Screams. With the 4 other entries in hand, we now have a greater understanding of what happened next. To put it simply, Kater was drawn to this new power. Kater is the subjugator that killed Eris, or at least that is our very likely presumption that she is the subjugator that killed Eris. Much as the Taken did, she submitted herself to this new unknown power. Her calls would not go unanswered. We can hear her prayers to this new voice in the darkness thanks to the Resonant Song entry, where she invites the horror in. It then begins to speak through her, and uses her as its mouthpiece in the lore entry immediately after, called From the Last. I'll read both of them. Just so you know though, I'm pretty sure that in this first entry, Kater is the only one speaking. The Resonance Song entry reads as follows. A cutting song, a shaping song, a resonating cry in the thin air, from the thirst and the lonely. How wide the sea and how broad the plain, how far the journey before I find you. The light in dark, the outflung spark from the hateful mother. I cry out to you. Was I made for this? Is this the court of the Taken King? Where is his sword, and where is his might? Was he cast from his throne? And does it lie empty still? Was my shape recast for this? The king is dead and speaks no more. Whose is this new voice I hear? A voice from the hollows, a silent voice, out in this deepest dark, created by the king's flock. Grant me power, I will speak for you. Remake my form, I will act for you. Let me touch the deep, I will cast down the light for you. Make me, recast me, hollow out my heart and live there with me. I am made for the cold, for the dark, for the quiet. The whisper below, the roaring dark. I am made for you. I am remade in you. I was made for this.
This is the same one we listened to
Be
before.
subjugated, sisters. Open yourselves to torment, brothers. Grims and husks, weavers and attendants all. This is home for us. The will without will waits for us.
The will without
My
will.
shape was recast for this. Open your heart. Let emptiness in. Kater in this moment seems to confirm that this new commanding voice that the Taken have been following, the voice that has been silent, has a very particular origin. Whatever this thing is and whatever it might have been created from component-wise, Kater seems to confirm that it was indeed the Taken who created this new voice. The line, "A voice from the hollows, a silent voice out in the dark, created by the king's flock," implies that it was indeed the original abandoned Taken of Oryx whose actions brought about the creation of this thing. This also runs parallel to what we learned in previous lore entries.
Again, is this the 9? Is this one of the 9? Could it be one of the 9?
There was a similar kind of idea being thrown around in Song of the Knife, the second entry in the Song of Descent. This idea that the Taken had willed their own god into existence out of the need for a leader of their own. And this makes a bit more sense considering something else that you find. When you do acquire the final 2 entries of the Song of Descent lorebook, you get it when you unlock the secrets of the Hull Breach. And in that moment where you open those 2 chests, there's a conversation between Eris Morn and Deputy Commander Sloan about the Taken and what they feel. Sloan states that Taken psychology is more like a giant empty hangar. Anything you shout into it bounces around for a long time before it fades, Oryx's voice included. To this, Eris replies, "Reverberations propagating through nihility." Fitting. For those of you not in the know, nihility means nothingness or just nothing. Sloan then clarifies further, stating, "Sure, but they can't differentiate those orders from their own thoughts. If there is
Ah, Guardian. Ghost. Lovely to see you at my doorstep again.
Devrin,
We have a taken infestation I very much appreciate your help with.
how bad is this infestation?
You'll see soon enough.
That's a lot of blight.
It certainly is. We're trying something new, courtesy of our Cabal allies.
Using pyramid tech?
Precisely. Protect that device and it'll clear out the blight.
And how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course. Actually working.
See? Nothing to worry about. Surely one of them is bound to be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy? With tentacles? Deborah, have you seen a hornet recently?
Right. Well, out it goes.
town.
The last of them. Guardian, you have my thanks. Especially for continuing to keep the EDZ safe amongst all the hubbub going on so far from home.
Home is where the Taken are, eh?
Guardian. Ghost. Lovely to see you at my doorstep again.
Devrim,
We have a Taken infestation I'd very much appreciate your help with.
how bad is this infestation?
You'll see soon enough.
That's a lot of blight.
It certainly is. We're trying something new, courtesy of our Cabal allies.
Using pyramid tech?
Precisely. Protect that device and it'll clear out the blight.
And how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course. It's actually working.
See? Nothing to worry about.
chimera ahead.
When you kick a hornet's nest, surely one of them is bound to be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy, with tentacles? Devrim, have you seen a hornet recently?
Right, well, out it goes.
Taken slain here are not all called back to me. There's another well of want, drawing them in. I shall seek it out. strength and knowledge. Power belongs to those who take it.
computer. So show you guys how to disable notification sounds on your Windows 11 computer. So this should be a pretty straightforward process, guys, and without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. So all you have to do is right click on the Windows Start button and select the settings. Select System on the left side, and then on the right side, select Notifications. You can also search for it in the Start menu search as well. And you want to select Notifications again up here, so go ahead and select the Notifications button. And then where it says Allow Notifications to play sounds, go ahead and uncheck.
Your paracausal will has buried entire armies. What if they kneeled instead?
Hello guys, welcome to my channel. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to disable annoying notification sounds in Windows 11. If you're tired of hearing constant pings and alerts while you're working or gaming, this guide will help you turn them off. Let's dive in. First, let's start by opening the Settings app. To do this, click the Start button at the bottom of your screen and type Settings in the search bar. Then click to open the Settings app. Once the Settings window opens, find and click on System from the left-hand menu. This is where we'll adjust sound and notification settings. Now that you're in the System section, click on Notifications from the list of options. Here you'll see all the settings for controlling your notifications and their sounds. To turn off the sounds for notifications, scroll down a little.
Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech. Your good-for-nothing ghost buddy can't crack that code. But I figured it out, thanks to a few friends in low places. Some graves. And Osiris gave me a few tips. Sounds like...
Empress Kaido. We invoke the right of proving. The Vanguard sends forth its champions.
The challenge is met. Our blood flows together. May it lead to unity. Digger of graves, her mouth packed with red soil. I do not grant you safe passage. My tank is restless. Do what you came for. Fight well, or die quickly. All feel fear, Commander. Some learn from it, while others are ruled by it. Which are you? You fight well, Guardians. A shame you must pay the price for your commander's pride.
The Guardians kneel to no one. Not even to me.
Going through the vehicle bay. My pilots enjoy a challenge.
Then they shall have one. Keep working your way beneath the outer plates. According to Amanda, you'll emerge near the power relays.
Guardians, I have prepared further challenges for you. A banquet of combat to test your resolve.
The Guardians are coming for your champion. They're not here for your hospitality.
You seek to drive a knife into the heart of my tank? My troops will defend its life with theirs. last to die before the Cabal commands the Vanguard.
None had to die today, Keitel. The blood of your champion will be on your own gilded blade. My champions are ready, Keitel. Is yours?
Arise, my chosen! Fight for the glory of the Cabal!
Champion falls.
I did not imagine this outcome. Your guardians have powers told of in the old stories.
Our vaults are full of relics from those who underestimated us. If you ever cross the Vanguard again, bring a bigger tank.
Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech. Your good-for-nothing ghost buddy can't crack that code. But I figured it out, thanks to a few friends in low places. Some graves. And Osiris gave me a few tips. Sounds like he's got experience. Weird dude. All we need is a few bloody stumps. Forwarding your first target, killer. Listen, I heard what you've been hearing on the Dreadnought. But I've seen more eldritch nonsense in the last few days than all my years with the Taken. Whispers in the dark. From the deep, that ain't her. If Eris was still alive, we'd know. Let it die.
clash. Defeat your enemies. It's all I ask. 5 minutes. One after another. Your enemy is pushing for victory. Punish them for it. You're defeated. Fight again. Persistence is key. You couldn't finish them this time. So what? Plenty of battles left to fight.
Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech.
or Slide Shot and Magnificent How. The map will be Eventide Labs, so be ready to fight both in the cold Europa opens, where scouts, snipers, and pulse rifles shine the most, but also in those twisted interiors where you on Saturday. All right, now this takes us to the trailer. This week in Destiny, and back to the regularly scheduled program. The story of Episode Heresy has concluded this week, but it's been just 2 days. So in case some of you are a little behind, we won't share that many specifics here, just that it was very crowded. Check the topics for the day below. Act 3 reached its epic conclusion. Trials of Osiris double loot this weekend, okay? Restriction and ban policies update. Ooh, good. Win trading, by the way. The clan that we matched here recently, and we have continued to match people that are win trading. Win trading is obviously a much bigger issue than what I thought. Just so you guys know that are out there win trading. The clan, the 4 gentlemen that matched us, Jesus included, they all got banned. And that whole clan got axed of like 30-something people that have been playing for many, many years. If your clan is known for win trading, you will be banned. Now, long live the Taken King. We've come a long way since just 2 months ago when Episode Heresy launched. We've lost Eris, we fought a killer, found out Oryx was back as the Echo of Navigation, tried to keep him apart from his 2 sisters, contacted Eris in her very own throne room, and then helped her capture the Echo. On Tuesday, we fought back once more and closed the chapter of what many have called a Hive civil war. But if we could say one thing for sure is this: the knife epithet. Oh my God, Jesus Christ, Bungie. Damn, did you write this? How do I say that?
Epithet.
Epithet? But if we say one thing for sure, it's this: the knife epithet fits the Guardian very well. What kind of fucking word is that? With Heresy's narrative arc complete, it's time to prepare for what's to come. We'll start with Rite of the Nine in a few weeks, a very special reprise of Dungeons, to then move to our next big content drop, codenamed Frontiers, coming later in 2025. We have a lot more to share with you all in the coming weeks. All right, that smells like a Vidoc around the corner. For now, focus on finishing the plethora of content that Heresy still has, the Delver title, earn more heretical weapons, unlock and crafting the incredibly strong and incredibly circular Barrel Dyad, and maybe it's time.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mutahar, and you know what, man, sometimes I need to be on my meds, okay, because I'm a little unhinged, but I have a reason to be unhinged, ladies and gentlemen. You know, as you all know, I don't like Ubisoft quite a lot. I honest to God, do not take pleasure in this company's stock price falling to below 10 euros, which is hilarious, by the way. But I also, you know, I don't take pleasure in watching failure, okay? But when it's a company like Ubisoft, who, you know, very recently, you know, literally just came out and basically said, you cannot complain that it shut down a video game because you don't own your games, okay? You know, the fact that Ubisoft is a company that pretty much wants gamers to be comfortable about not owning their video games is one of the reasons that I primarily don't care if this company shutters and fails, okay? Complete bankruptcy, complete loss of everything. It doesn't matter to me. And again, this point is something that I feel 100% of you guys can back up on, okay? I believe, all right, with all the controversy that surrounds Ubisoft, there's a lot of people that want this company to succeed. There's a lot of people that want it to fail. And all of these are for reasons that are outside, in my opinion, the scope of what really is the problem. And that is owning games, okay? I think 100% of the people watching this video should probably agree that owning something that you purchase with your hard-earned money should not be taken away from you. And if you believe against that, then you're either somebody that works for Ubisoft's upper board or you're just a cuckold, okay? It really, to me, there's no logical reason why somebody would not want a video game to be in their, like, ownership, all right? To be something that they can play decades down the road. So for anybody that doesn't know, there's an amazing initiative by Ross from Accursed Farms called Stop Killing Games. I've talked about this probably over a year ago at this point. It's an initiative around the world, and you can get in on it as long as your country supports, you know, some form of you talking in your legislature, and you can follow steps to basically convince your governments to start focusing on a lot of these scummy companies like Ubisoft that want you to not.
What you up to? Nice. I just got done eating as well. A little late dinner. Did some Taco Bell. Bro, why hunter and you don't have your badass cloak? I thought you had Inmost in the crypto whatever. I thought you got that. The exotic one? The one I've been grinding for for forever. Yeah, you should totally do that one. Hell yeah, it's good. Well, I say that. I've been watching those guys solo those GMs that I thought were impossible to solo, and they're doing it with a hunter with that build. It's pretty insane. I got close today. I got one with the Critarding, what I was looking for, but instead of Inmost Light, it was Spirit of the Fortracer, which has nothing to do with Inmost Light, which is what I had my settings on. But I got 6 of them today, and none of them were Inmost and Star Eaters, or Inmost and Critarding, or whatever it is. I have no idea how you say that. Yeah, well, just not in the cards for me for some reason. Yeah, I spent like, I don't know, probably 4 hours on it today. Just crap. Same shit I've always gotten. Same rolls. Nothing new. If you want to. I actually wouldn't mind just screwing around trying to find all the feathers. I got them in all the major landing zones, but I need to finish getting them everywhere else. I'll tell you what, let's go to the Ghost, and you know what, for shits and gigs, I'm just gonna I'm gonna change from Inmost to one of the other ones and just see if I happen to get it. I really don't know what else to do. I mean, for as many drops as I've had, and I've had a ton of them, I just have not gotten close. Or I thought I got close, we'll put it that way. No worries.
own your games. Ubisoft is a company that famously has been quoted alongside saying gamers should just become used to not owning their games, all right? This is the model that, in their opinion, needs to change. And I am firmly fucking against it. So just to make this super simple for everyone watching, okay? I want to read this lawsuit more specifically that Ubisoft has sort of brought up, because they are actually getting sued because of the game known as The Crew. Now, quick primer, the game Crew, The Crew, was a game that was released by Ubisoft around a decade ago, and it's a open world live service racing game, right? It's a game where you can connect with your friends and drive around this sort of massive open world that reflects the United States, okay? So you can go all the way from New York to Los Angeles. I even made a road trip video in this game. It's an interesting concept, and it's a game that is connected entirely online. Now, if you play something like The Crew, if you've ever played it, you'd notice that most of the content can be played by yourself. So you can play the game and many of its races with artificial intelligence, like AI racers, like most racing games, okay? Most casual arcade racing games. Except this one requires you to be connected to servers 24/7. Well, for anybody that doesn't know, The Crew got shut down. And not only did it get shut down, but if you bought the game physically or digitally for $60 or whatever, that game was taken away from you. That game is no longer active. There have been no refunds. Ubisoft has not put together an offline patch, even though they absolutely could. The game was just basically yeeted away from you. And Ubisoft's response to this was, just buy Crew 2 or buy Crew Motorsport. Buy the sequels, which obviously also have a lifespan because they're also internet-connected games. So it begs the question, okay? Imagine, just if you go into the past, this is a game known as Need for Speed Underground 2, one of the best arcade racing games in the world, okay? A lot of people consider this to be one of their best games of all time. Now imagine if Underground 2 released in the modern gaming era where internet connectivity is a thing and live services are ever prevalent by big AAA companies. Imagine if you needed an online server to play Need for Speed Underground 2. You don't even have to think about that too much. There's a game known as Need for Speed 2014, similar vibes, but you need an online connection at any given moment to play a game that primarily could be enjoyed by yourself with artificial intelligence to go up against. Now, a game like Underground 2, I can dig up a copy of, I can fire it up on my PlayStation 2 with my original PlayStation 2 copy and just play it with me. Maybe split screen, okay? And that's fine. It works from start all the way to the credit screen. I can play the fucking game. Now imagine if it's a modern era and it was tied to a server, and imagine those servers being gone and EA didn't decide to give any fucking patch whatsoever. Well, that's a game lost to time. That's effectively the best comparison that I can provide right now. And if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, then I don't think you ever really will. So let's read this lawsuit and kind of look at what the lawyers for Ubisoft have sort of been saying about your ownership for a game that you bought with your hard-earned money. So when one of the sections here, plaintiffs failed to adequately allege that they would not have made their purchases but for the alleged representation or omission, okay? So down over here, one of the things that got brought up was after making their purchases, all right, so Ubisoft's kind of working on a pretty massive technicality. So plaintiffs also have not plausibly alleged injury as required to establish standing, because the access they received to the Crew is entirely consistent with what Ubisoft marketed to them, specifically with the representation on the packaging and in Ubisoft's terms of services. So you know that big TOS that you agree to with every game, the big like 30-pager? Inside there, obviously, a lot of games say that they can terminate online connectivity at any given moment, right? Unfortunately, with live service games, right, if you agree to what's in the TOS or the terms of use, obviously you might have withheld your actual case. But I would say that a game like The Crew, like I said, a lot of the content in the game could have been done offline. Ubisoft could have provided an offline patch and let people play this game offline without any online connectivity, and it honestly, I don't think it would have cost them that much money, okay? Ubisoft is still a very rich company. They could have easily kept this game preserved, okay, with an offline patch, all right? And nobody would really have a complaint, in my opinion. But instead, they took this game away, and now they're backing on their actual, like, they're basically, like, relying on their legalese to get them through this case. So when you talk about the Crew's packaging, well, let's look at the actual box art for the game. So one of the things that I saw kind of float around over here was obviously this box art. Now, I got different box arts over here, but for example, this one right over here, which appears to be the NTSC North American version, which would be our version. If you look at it real quickly, you can see that it's got the obvious IGN Best of E3, but to the left, it's got online connection required written on the box, available and present, right? Now, I don't know if this is true for every single version. Obviously, online on certain storefronts, you can see that this version doesn't have the online-only requirement, but that might just be like promotional box art. And of course, this person has like a copy of it where it says, internet connection required. This is a French box, I guess, at this point, right? Or like a European box with the PEGI rating, and again, the different language. But yeah, it appears that in certain packaging, they are absolutely evident that the game is online required. Now, obviously, it's an online game. You might be wondering, Muda, if they put it on the box, shouldn't that be okay? Now, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I still don't think that's a good excuse. I still think if a game can primarily be played offline, Ubisoft really doesn't have any reason to, again, not give an offline patch and keep the game somewhat preserved, okay? So they're basically relying on the legalese. Now, with a lot of physical versions, not a lot, but there are some physical versions, for instance, games like Starfield for the Xbox don't necessarily write or stripe anywhere required internet, like some Xbox releases do. Now, this is actually even worse. It's a purely single-player game, and it could have all fit on one neat Xbox disc, maybe two if you had to, but unless you go to the back of the box and you start to look at this line here, broadband internet required for installation to download certain features, right? So it's required for installation. They've put it somewhere in the back that, yes, you need internet connectivity, not somewhere in the front that would obviously indicate to the person that they're buying a bum physical release. Now, for a lot of these games, I want to correct the record too. People will probably say, but Muda, all you're buying are licenses. These discs don't contain the game. Blatant misinformation. Now, there's entire websites like Does It Play, which I highly recommend if you care about physical media. Go to this website, put in any game, and you can basically see if those games are supported. Their physical releases are complete. So, for instance, if I put in games like Cyberpunk 2077, right? And I just check what the PS5 version of the game has. By opening that, it'll say, yes, the offline play is right there. It will say you need to have a download required with an asterisk. You need significant pieces of content that are actually missing from this physical release. But for instance,
Got it. Got the last one. That's right here. Alright, so I cleared this area. That one's done. This is a triumph. If you get all the feathers. I'm only missing just a couple of them. Let's see. So that's refraction. We got seclusion, impasse, and all the other ones. Don't think I have the divide. So we'll go to the impasse and work our way back to the divide. Oh shit. Alright. Figured where this one is. Open and follow me if you'd like. Right. Completely up to you. It's up there. Got it. Alright, there's that one. Next thing. Alright. Man, this one's gonna be a long haul. Let's go get it. Right here. Alright, there's that one. Oh shit, I definitely know I didn't get this one. Alright, so we're gonna head back. Kind of where we were going. Or where we came from almost. Alright. Next one. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Alright. The last one. This way. I see it. Alright, I got them all. There. Okay, and then I guess last one, transgression. Secrets. I don't have transgression. Alright. Oh, I'm on the wrong entry. There it is. I see it. There's one right here, John. Should be right in front of me, yeah, right there. And then there is... I already got it, I guess, but there's one on that rock. I don't know if you already have that one or not. The one I'm shooting at. Yeah, I think I already got that one too. Okay, the next one will be in the next section. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. Next one I think I already got, but it's up there in one of those hands. Okay, the next one going our way. Is there another? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we did. Got stuck on the hands. Yep, I see this one. It's up here on top of this dude's head. There we go. Come on in now. There's one other area I don't have. What area is that? Alright, so we got transgressions, impasse, divide, seclusion, lemming, fraction. Maybe it's in the Lost City? Yeah, this is the last one. You coming? Ooh, John. Johnny boy. No worries. Sweet. Got them all. Alright, I'll come back and get you and show you where they are. I'm behind you. I went back to the ghost and working my way back. Because there's quite a few in the front area. Alrighty, I'm here. Alright, follow me. I'll show you where the first one is. It should be up on that branch up there. Alright. And the next one. Kind of a tricky jump to get to this next one, but I'll show you how to do it. I figured it out. It took me a second. Next one should be on top of that air conditioner up there. So the way that I did it is come back here and jump on this box and you should be able to get over there. Yeah, from that box. Did you get it already? It should be at the top of it. If it's not there, then you already got it. Alright, follow me. The next one should be in that tree in front of us. Right up there. Alright. And the next one be down here. Should be right up there. In that branch. It should be right up there. Okay, and then the last one is over here. It should be right over there. All right. I have all of them except for I think the one that's in Dual Destiny. I have all the cities or all the sections. I'm missing one feather, and it's a secret, and I think it's the feather that's in Dual Destiny. Yeah, there's 6 of them in Dual Destiny, according to the video. I'm prismatic right now, so hang on. I want to see where these are first before we go, if we do go in there. I think I know the exact one I'm missing. Alright, so I think I know which one. It's one of two. I'm not I'm not sure which one it is. But I'll show you what's what if you want to go check it out. Alright, cool. Hang on just a second, let me level this shit up real quick. Alright. Now, I've already got these, but I'll show you where the other ones are, just in case you don't have them. So the first one's right out here. Now jump down here. Go in this little cave. And it should be in here right there. You don't have it already. Okay, then the next one. Make our way around. It should be right where I died. Okay. Alright, we won't have feathers for a while until we get to the jumping puzzle. Alright, first one you said was Mind. Mind and Hive. Alright, first one is Earth. Second one is Fleet. Third one is Worship. Oh, it all reset. I don't know if you hit the wrong one. Oh, no, you got it right. My bad. I was a little nervous there for a second. I was like, no. There it is. Got them all right. My bad, I'm on your side. Okay. No! Snug it. What's Forsaken? Oh, that's Scorn. so I can't see the last thing. It disappeared off my screen, but you said it was love is the first one? Love, worm, kill. Worm. You got love, worm, kill, and scorn. Kill, scorn. There we go. I'm pretty sure we both have the next one. It's in the next phase where you drop down. There's sometimes a time extender that's there. By the way, sometimes there's a time extender in that cave that we went to first. One of those crystal shards. Alright, this is where the next one is. You gotta jump down to the right, and then it's in that cave, which I'm pretty sure. I know I already got that one, but go ahead. If there's a crystal in there, shoot it. Not always there, but if it is. Yeah, it should be in there. If you hadn't got it already, most people already have that one. That's an easy one. And like I say, the crystal is just sometimes there. It's not always. They're in random places, and that's just one of the randoms they can be in. Oh shit. Oh, I made it. Woo. Okay, the next one is gonna be in the next jumping puzzle. This one, and it'll be towards the end, so well, good news, it didn't bug out that time. Okay, and the next one is over by me somewhere. I must already have that one. Oh, it's up there? How the hell do you get up there? Oh shit, fell. Oh, that's just the crystal. But there's a feather up there too? Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, barely made that. Alright. Okay, our next one is gonna be... No. Oh, no, not again. You know what's weird is mine doesn't say darkness anymore. I don't. Maybe try and wipe. Yeah, mine doesn't say anything. Okay, darkness aligned. There we go. That's weird. All right, I got 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. I don't have a 2. I have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. I don't think that's right, jump. I got 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. 458. All right, cool. Oh, my shit wipe. I can't. Nothing's lit up. I have nothing. Maybe if I die, it'll come back. Maybe we just kind of kill him and we'll reset. Really? Yeah. I don't know if you can hear me, but I got weaseled. Alright, sweet, I can see the times now. Alright, so I got 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? I got 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Can you hear me, John? John, can you hear me? Test 1, 2. Oh, hopefully you can hear me. Alright, I saw your text. So I got 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Unfortunately, I can't see anything you're typing. Just to repeat, I got 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Alright, this one I got 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. I got 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. 2, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Alright, we already got that feather up there. Up at the top. Oh, there's a cube. Sweet, you got it, the crystal. It was up there by the feather. By the way, crystals will be where feathers are, or have a chance to be there. Okay. So we're gonna kill these guys, teleport up. Alright. Let's say it's the next one or the following one will be our last feather. Oh, I'm Vital-Line now. Never mind. That's weird. Okay. Alright, the next one is... not this one, but the next one is where the feather's at. We actually will go under... we'll kill the boss, then we'll go underneath the thing. Oh, you still have bird on your side? Alright, so don't progress on the next one, we'll just clean ads. Alright, hang on. Come over here. To this side. We're gonna drop down. Yeah, follow this little tree line. Yeah, there it is. This is the last one I needed. Did that get them all for you? Crap. Oh. Wait. My bad. Sweet. Alright, so I got Hive, Love, and Drink. Thank you. Alright, let me know which one is to shoot. I have to text it to me, sorry. Yep. Traveler, Witch Queen, and Mesa. Traveler? Witch Queen. God, the next part's gonna suck having to text that. Oh boy. Alright. So I got 12, 5, 8, and 11. Shoot 12. We'll wait for that one to come back around. Alright, that's it. Hit 12. And this one I have 2, 3, 7, and 10. We'll wait for that one to come back around. There we go, hit 2. I got 1, 4, 6, and 9. I shoot 1. Wow. No. I have a grenade launcher sometimes. We did it through text. Sucks, I don't know why I can't see you typing. I finally got it! Oh my gosh, finally. Holy cow. That, my goodness. Wow. Well, I should have done that for a while then. There we go. There it is. I just equipped it. Heck yeah. Need to level it up, but man, I can't believe it took that long to get that stupid thing. Oh, wow. Well, better late than never, I guess. Let's see, let me put this one in it. Level this bad boy all the way up. And then I gotta build that loadout tomorrow. And then I'm gonna rock this bitch like there's no tomorrow. Then use my exotic cipher, upgrade that bad boy. Hell yeah. Let's see, Reaper, powerful attraction. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I finally got that stupid thing. Oh, finally. And I beat you in kills. It's a great night. That's a rare one. And we got all the feathers. And I got all the feathers from the entire Pale Heart. The only thing that I need to get my secrets completed. Go to Triumph's Pale Heart, go to the secrets. I don't know if you've got it, but it's the first column, second row from the top. It's called Paracausal Geometries. That's the only thing I don't have completed out of the secrets. I don't even know what that is, but I'm glad I got all the feathers. Man, I can't believe it took that long to get that. Jeez. Nice. Oh my gosh. I am so freaking happy. So freaking happy to get that. Finally. Jeez. You don't understand how long that took. No, not just 3 days, buddy. It's been a month. Because I've been running Dual Destiny with you and Shim for a month now. Trying to get it. And then I started integrating Pale Heart last weekend. And then pretty much all week this week. So I probably have 15, 16 hours into Pale Heart, plus all of the Dual Destiny runs. And the fact that we got this on this is the second time we did Dual Destiny this week, so it was just a single drop. The odds of me getting that are very, very low. But, got it. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that video and a little bit more and check out the build. Yeah. I'll send a... I thought I sent the video to you, but I'll listen to you again just so you have it as the one that I'm looking at. It's where the guy does, he solos the moon psyops battleground. I'm gonna skip to the end and see what his build is. Dang, he's got some completely, his artifacts is way different. Oh, can you take us to the tower or something? I can't change my subclass on there. All right. Alright, got my prismatic the same as his. Okay. Alright, I pretty much have the build. Now it's just a matter of maybe tweaking a few things. All right. Let's do this. Let's give this baby a try. I don't care. Just throw strike on, see what happens. If we do a GM, let me set up for that then. Alright, so you gotta... I think you gotta grab... Dang, I keep going invisible with this build. This is nice. Yeah, you like grapple and melee the crap out of somebody. And then it turns you invisible. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. Just freaking go invisible like every time you hit somebody. And then if you keep alternating your shit, your abilities, like throwing your void deal and then doing your little spin thing in the air, charges the other ones. This is a fun build. Dude, this grapple melee is nasty. That inmost light just keeps charging everything back up. As long as you use them all. Use all three. Grapple. If you're just waiting on one to come back, it takes a while, but once you start using the other ones, that one pops up quick. And this bastion is nasty. You know about this trick? Do you have your grapple? You can skip and go right up to the boss right up there. But you gotta have your grapple. I almost had mine. Alright, I got my grapple. Here, I'll show you how to do it. You got to get a pretty good jump and then spring across. So. Here we go, made it. And then you just go up here. And then you basically start all the way up here. Pretty cool. Jeez. That was fun. Yep. Didn't get a ton of kills per se, but my survivability was great. I was getting all my shit back really nicely. Yeah, I need to work on that just a little bit, but I think we'll get her. Did you buy that enhancement? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know if you bought the cloak. Seems like a fancy one you got there. Good old silver, huh? Dude, if I could give you any kind of advice, and I know you're pretty badass for everything you do on here, but what you may want to try and do is see if you can do a double 100. Maybe in some cases, like on my warlock, I have a triple, but you could definitely get your resilience there easily. But yeah, a few tweaks. Actually, what we could do, not tonight, but maybe this weekend, is work on getting you some artifice armor. Get you some high ranking stuff. Because a lot of you're running with basic, it looks like. I know this isn't your primary character, but we could do some artifice runs. I think if we do the dungeon on the next level of difficulty, that's one way of getting it. And we can even run an old one too. But I think for this build, I think, I mean, you always want resilience, of course, but I think, like, if you can get either your grenade or strength, one of those up, maybe that's a better route. I don't know. Just because you've got the inmost light that's going to be procking and boosting, and I guess whichever one you really prefer to have, whether it's grapple or grenade, or well, yeah, you'd have that. Or the snare bomb. Anyway, just something to think about. But I'm excited, man. Finally. Jeez, it took forever. Gosh. Man, that took forever.